Good morning. How is everybody on this Monday, bright and early, 9 a.m.? I am doing well, and I was already trying to get a little bit of Clarissa read because it's a longer reading today, but I only managed to get a paragraph in. I wasn't sitting here that long. So, how is everybody doing today? I hope everyone is well. I'm just realizing I need to plug my computer in, or that's going to become a problem in a little while. But it's full right now, so crossing our fingers. It doesn't drain that fast. It should be fine. Anyway, let me know what you're going to be up to today. I am going to be reading Clarissa, of course. And then after that, I only have one other book I'm currently working on, and that will be Resurrection by Leah Tolstoy. And so I will probably be spending the majority of the day with it. I would love to finish today. I don't know that that's going to happen. Um, and then what else am I going to be working on? The other thing that I'm going to be working on is like doing a little bit more organizing in my son's room. I've really been like cleaning up there pretty consistently the last week or two because he comes home this weekend and I keep looking at his room that he's kind of given up on unpacking. And I'm like, surely something else can be done up here. So I don't know. Maybe we'll just dropped my glasses. Maybe we'll all move upstairs at some point to work on his room. Maybe we'll just stay down here and I'll just go up there. I don't know. I don't have a plan for that. I do have an audiobook for Resurrection. So I will be listening to that while I'm up and about. So that should help with my continuing to make forward progress. But I may honestly just be sitting and reading a lot today. I don't know what happened to my ankle yesterday or my whole foot, or I don't even know what, but like it hurts. Like it hurts something bad. And it's not plantar fasciitis because I've had that before. And that mainly only bothers me like when I'm walking on the foot. This hurts if I move my foot a certain way. And like if I press on my foot, I don't know. I don't know what I did. So yeah, those are the plans for today. Unless we go upstairs, we'll probably be here at the desk the whole day because it's super overcast. It's supposed to maybe rain at some point today. And if that happens, it's just going to be gray and cloudy. And I didn't feel like having a ring light in my face from morning until 9 o'clock at night. So that's what's going on here. I can see my internet is being a little funny, and I don't know why. That usually happens when my computer's not plugged in. So, good morning, Diana. How are you? You're going to start with a screenplay. Oh, is that the book one? That's the screenplay? Maybe, maybe not. Hey, Brittany, how are you? Going to start the day off with the sublet. Why do I feel like I've heard of that one before? A short story. I was thinking of a book. And Crochet Mima, good morning. You have 2 library books. Ooh, what are they? You guess you'll be here for the duration. That's nice. Yeah, try and get them done. Hello, Amy. Good morning and happy Monday to you. And you'll be having breakfast and starting off with your morning routine, journaling and yoga. Sounds like good, healthy habits. Good morning, Sue. How are you? Andrea, how are you? Not sure what you're reading tonight. Okay, you haven't been committing very well. It happens. It does. So no worries. Hello, Jack. Good morning. How are you? And good morning, Dorlyn. How are you doing? And Dorlyn, I want to give you a shout out and thanks for sticking with me as we go through Clarissa. I know it's a long haul, but you've been there and are sticking with it too. And everyone else who is, thanks for doing that. I've been having a good time talking about it. And it's definitely in the thick of things. And I'm worried. Are you worried, Dorlyn? I'm so worried that there's still scheming going on in the background. Like, I feel like Richardson has thoroughly traumatized me that Lovelace can't be trusted, and I don't trust him. Like, I still think he's lying about what's going on, and I don't know that I'll ever feel like he's telling the truth. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Still reading Resurrection. Need to go to the pharmacy sometime today. Sounds good. Oh, and Anne, you'll know the answer to this. When does the Booker long list come out? It's the Booker long list that we're waiting for, right? Because I feel like I keep seeing people's videos and I'm like, oh, it must be this week. And then a week will go by. And more people will be like, what I'm predicting. And I'm like, oh. I don't know. I thought it came out Wednesdays ago. And thank you, Brittany. I hope it heals quickly too, especially since I'm like, what is this? like, but it's like sometimes as I start to walk around more, it feels better, and sometimes it doesn't. And I'm afraid that if I don't keep walking around like once every hour, that like it's my foot is just gonna lock up. You know how you like your body will do that, where it's like I'm in pain, but if you stop moving, just you wait. Sushi, hello. Determined to stay productive in this heat. Oh, is it really hot? No rushing, plenty of water. That sounds like a plan. This is like our day of respite here today. It's supposed to stay in the low 70s. And then the rest of the week is supposed to be high 80s, low 90s. So I'm like, okay, go sit outside in the wet. Good morning, Sophia. You'll be getting your iced coffee you prepared last night. Way to think ahead and continue War and Peace. 65% slow progress, but you guess at least it's progress. Oh my gosh, Sophia, if you end up liking that, read Stalingrad. It's so good, and it will make you feel like you're back in War and Peace. I mean, don't read it anytime soon because that's two humongous books on a very similar topics back to back. But just know if you want more in peace, but you want more story and like maybe even more war, Stalingrad, yeah, good things. Diana, you did finish Resurrection and also Return of the Soldier. Oh, even though you missed Saturday, well, we're sorry you missed, but I hope you liked the Return of the Soldier. And yeah, like I said, I'm hoping to finish Resurrection today. And Resurrection is, I'm finding so interesting. The storyline is not going where I thought it was going to be, but it's classic Tolstoy in some ways, but totally different than his other two books in other ways. Like it reminds me most of Anna Karenina, but in other ways, I'm like, but a totally different plot line. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm finding that really fascinating. Good morning, Natalie. How are you? Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, it's a slightly longer read. It's not like the longest for this month, but it is like 20 pages today. And you got some floor cleaning, dog brushing, laundry folding to do. Oh, thanks for that reminder. I need to do laundry. I need to start that in the next sprint. You felt intimidated. It felt intimidating because you loved the movies and was worried that the book wouldn't live up to expectations. Oh, for Jurassic Park, I missed the part about Jurassic Park. I was like, what are we talking about? It's different from the movies. Yes, it is. But I have read it and I thought it was really good. And happy Monday, G. How are you? And Denise, good morning. Not sure what's going on today. Your oldest granddaughter is probably coming over at some point. Sounds good. Reading Finding Margaret Fuller, 64% on your phone. Wow. I wish I could read on my phone. I just feel like that would give me a headache because of the light. Crochet Mima before Dorothy, Kansas through the eyes of Auntie M. Ooh, let me know how that is. That sounds exciting. And Dora Lynn, he is. He is absolute. Like, you guys want a villain, like, who schemes and is horrible? Lovelace. And, like, Dora Lynn, like, tell me why, like, every horrible male character is now reminding me of Lovelace. Because even in Resurrection, I'm like, acting like Lovelace. She's in the position of Clarissa. Oh, gosh. Sushi for sprint to-do list and then enjoying Lula Dean's little library of banned books on audiobook. Nice. Sue, the sublet is good, but you wanted more. That's fair. And hey, Big, how are you? You have to pick up books at the library. Fun. The whistle, and you forget the other. It'll be a surprise. I've been there. I've been there where I'm like, what did I put on hold? Hello, Emily. Getting ready for a 10 o'clock dental appointment. Hope it goes well. Good morning. Or I already said good morning to you, Anne, because I asked you a question. On Tuesday. Okay, next Tuesday. Okay, good to know. I feel like the anticipation's just building. Hey, Christina, how are you? It's good to see you. You'll be reading A Marriage at Sea, Maurice and Marilyn, a shipwreck story. Ooh, and the log from the Sea of Cortez. Oh, interesting. Hey, Alex, did you see my boxer? So, guys, yesterday, just for funsy, like Alex and I, we did our next book talk discussion, and StreamYard offered the option to make like AI like highlight reels for like as like little summaries of our video, like a little highlight reel of it, like an AI generated one, of course. And so I was like, sure, let's just see what it does. Like, I'm not going to clip it into a reel. Maybe it'll make something usable. No, no, it made something hilarious. I was like, this is why we're not ready for AI yet, because the titles it came up with very catching. I would click on it and want to hear more. But some of the titles, based on what we read and what we discussed, were so ridiculous. And then the clips that it threw together, because then of course you're trying to figure out how from the like what clips it's going to show you that end up with the title. I was like, that's very loosely connected. Maybe as we go through the day, I'll share some of the amazing gripping titles that it came up with. But it was funny. And like the clips are even more hilarious. I'm like, what is this even saying? Natalie, you think what's extra frustrating and worrying about Clarissa is that we can't trust anyone. I know, exactly. Yes, that is also what's playing in it. You know that Lovelace lies all the time, and he gets everybody like to the point where you can't trust them because like he's gaslighted everybody into helping him. Yeah. Speaking of Gaslight, number 27 in Gaslight Mysteries, last one because she passed away. Oh, sadness. And Sue hoping to finish listening to James. Awesome. Emily going to be in the 90s all week and Tuesday through Thursday. Heat index will be 110. Oh my gosh, stay cool. Oh, that's even hotter than here. Nancy, good morning. Gonna finish the Green Gage summer. Nice. How is that? Where do you find your rumor, rumor? Got it. Good in? Got it? I want to try rumor, but never find the books anywhere. Starting Human Acts by Hong Kong and Sense and Sensibility. Nice choices. Sushi still reaching a peak 95. Oh, yuck. Scorpio. Hey, Camilla, how are you? I hope you're well. The edition of Resurrection is Wordsworth Classic. There is a Penguin edition. The Penguin edition looks like this. Who's the translator on yours, Anne? Because I will say Anthony Briggs's translation, the one that Penguin does, that looks like this, I think is good. Hang on. I think it's good just to get the plot because the his translation like feels very modern and it's very easy to read and you definitely get the plot and like it's very good for high comprehension, especially if you don't read a lot of classics. That said, it's so modern that it like goes on the side of cringe and you lose a lot of what I feel like is known as being Tolstoy's beautiful writing because it's so heavily translated into modern English. Um, so it may well be that your translation that you read was better than mine. Brittany, makes sense. You don't normally read short stories for that reason. Yeah, I know. It's hard to do a good short story. Today's errand will be show shopping with your kid, library, and lots of laundry. Oh, I know. I can't even imagine, especially like if there's no situation in which white baseball uniforms are helpful. And then you have a baseball game in the evening. Okay, you got a busy day. I know. They were hilarious. I'll have to. I don't think it'll show them to you, so I'll have to send you some of the clips so that you can get the full effect, Alex, so that you can see the whole thing. Sue, you're usually okay with short stories, but not the sublet. Oh, interesting. So something particular about that one. So you're not going to spread then? Yes. I know. Oh, AI. Hey, Nani, how are you? Good morning. You have a lot of work, but then again, back to school and you're going to normal. When does school start? You really lost with what you're doing lately. Oh, I know how it is. Yeah, we are reading Resurrection by Leo Tolstoy. So I will be trying to finish that book today. That's the one that's going on in book club. And I know how you feel, Nani. I feel like super, like, I feel connected to like you guys who I see on Mondays, but like very disconnected from a whole bunch of other YouTubers that I normally watch because I've been so busy like during the day that I haven't been making like people's sprints that I normally like to make. And like some people's sprints have changed time, and I'm like, I don't even know why. And like I've been watching weird things on YouTube, not BookTube, and then that just like adds to it. I've been spending a lot of time watching people color their hair. Not a lot of time, but my television watching time. Translated by Maud. Oh, I bet that's so much better. Oh, but the introduction is by Briggs. Interesting. I could see that. Like, I don't dislike Briggs. I just not a huge fan of this particular translation. Oh, shoe shopping. Okay. I was like, shopping what? Because you have art camp at work. Oh, so you work at morning and the afternoon. That would be keeping you busy. Work is good. Being busy at work is good. I don't know why, but I'm having like a lot of like throat clearing going on here. I don't know if I need to dust around my desk somewhere weird or what. But anyway, I am ready to go. That's the last comment I can see, and I want to plug in my computer before it becomes an issue. And um, yeah, see if I can figure out what's going on. I'm like looking over there because that's where my internety tower thing modem, whatever it is. All right, enough chatting from me because I'm clearly still waking up myself. All right, I have got 45 minutes on our clock. Do keep reading the translation you have because Maud is the next translation of Anna Karenina that I want to read. So I bet your translation is much prettier than mine. But I would say, like, if you want more clarity on a scene, um, like if your library has the Briggs translation, or you can get like a free ebook or on Hoopla or something like that at the Briggs translation, then that's what I would recommend it for. It's not a bad translation. It's just every now and then I'm like, nobody during that time period was saying that. Like I'm waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, what's up?" Like that's what it feels like. Anyway, let's get into our first sprint. It'll be 45 minutes as usual. The first thing I'm going to do is pop up and get my cord and plug this computer in, and then I'll be sitting here working through my pages of Clarissa. And yeah, I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's first sprint go? I hope it went well for you guys. Mine went really well. I finished my reading in Clarissa for the day. It went relatively quickly. Some interesting things going on. Lovelace is still the worst and just continues to prove how he's the worst guy ever. Um, but I did have a moment where I was really frustrated with some of the things going on in the book. So, of course, this takes place in the 1700s, so we can only expect everyone's view of women to be so high. It just makes me grateful that we've come quite a ways from then, because I realized today that one of the things that is really frustrating me in the book right now is one of the things that people keep saying is that they can't believe how he has treated Clarissa, um, which is absolutely understandable. Anytime, any place, you should be flabbergasted by how he's treating her. But the thing that I'm like, oh, come on, people, is that one of the things they like go on and on about is they're like, oh, we can't believe that you would treat someone who is, such a lovely person, so sweet, so kind, and so wealthy and so rich and from such a good family like this. And I'm like, is that saying that if she was poor and from a bad family, you'd be okay with it? And like at times it feels like that. And that's not necessarily what they mean, but they do at least mean that like we could understand if you were treating someone poorer like this. And I'm just like, yeah, no. Like you shouldn't be able to understand that either. Like that really should not be part of the conversation. And even Clarissa says the same thing. Like it's horrible to think that if someone of like my background he would treat like this. No, honey, he shouldn't be treating anyone like that. Like no human being. Raise the bar. Like, but the bar is set pretty low. It's the 1700s. Like the bar is still pretty low, let's be honest, in some ways. Anyway, let's see how you guys did during that time. And you found a free audiobook of this translation on LibriVox. Nice. That's always satisfying. I love having options. I'm definitely going to be making a use of that option in the next sprint because I will be working on Resurrection for the rest of the day. And like I said, I do need to keep moving around because of my foot. So I'm going to spend at least the like a chapter or two of Resurrection moving around, and the chapters are really short, so it's really not going to be that much time because my foot is going to hurt. So I'll probably like find something upstairs in my son's room and declutter it or do something with it a little bit. Hey Mickey, how are you? No worries, you're working today as always, listening to Dark Places. Not your usual taste, but your colleague recommended it. Oh, she loves mysteries, thrillers. Okay, well, at least it gives you a good place to start. Hello, Michelle. How are you? Oh, I'm so glad you love the sprints. It does make Monday a little less ho hum, doesn't it? Okay, you have some errands to run, but your library doesn't open until 10. Okay, catching up on work, YouTube comments, etc., etc. We'll be reading Quiet Crying in H Mart and the last story of Mina Lee. Almost done with both. Nice. And Sophia, you're realizing your copy of War and Peace is translated by Briggs. Oh, why it's feeling so straight to the point. Yeah, I know. I miss the flowery writing as well. Like, I understand that Briggs is trying to like communicate what he's trying to say, which I think honestly of his three novels, well, he doesn't consider War and Peace a novel, but you know what I mean. Of his three larger works, how about that? I could see that being more helpful in War and Peace than any of the other ones because he has those essay sections. And so I could see Briggs bring a lot of clarity to that. But yeah, I miss Tolstoy's like writing style. Like I don't feel like Briggs translates any of that. But I also have that edition of War and Peace, and I think it will probably be the next edition of War and Peace that I read. Having said that. Um, However, before you ever read another copy of War and Peace, you'll definitely read Stalingrad first. Yeah, do. It's so good. I mean, it's again, it's not as good as Tolstoy, Though compared to Briggs' translation, it may feel as good as Tolstoy, because Grossman's writing, at least in the translation I wrote, like, I mean, he was a frontline journalist. Like, I'm only expecting him to get so flowery, but like, he has a very approachable, clear writing style. Hey, Viviana, how are you doing? Reading The Valley of the Horses. Nice. Continuing your series. Good morning, Paulina. Sue fed the cat and got to chapter 10. Nice. Hello, Sue. How are you? Nothing planned for this week until Friday. Nice. No accidents. Yes. No accidents this week. How are you doing? How are you recovering? I hope you are feeling much better and just have a very calm, smooth week. Brittany got to 83%. Nice. You'll finish in the next sprint for sure. And a lazy sprint for Alex. Social scrolling from bed. Ooh, that sounds nice. Enjoy. Elisa, hello. Picked up Marquez's Until August at the library. So going to read that today. Nice. I haven't heard of that one. So I hope you enjoy it. Hello, Alicia. Good morning. You came in mid-sprint, trying to finish up Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. Ooh, how are you liking it? And coffee. Victoria, hey, just popping in to say hi. You're listening to Leave the World Behind. Ooh, and you're hooked. Nice. That's even better. And can't speak. The niece just got out of the shower. Okay, gonna call your granddaughter to let her know you can pick her up anytime. Good deal. Sophia read 3 chapters, made it to 66%. Good job. Kershi Mima finished before Dorothy. Oh, you loved it. Nice. About confronting the monsters in our own fairy tale. Ooh, there's no place like home. Love it. Amy had breakfast and did the journaling. Nice. Denise is glad that Mima loved it. Just got it recently and not sure when you'll get to it. Is it a recent release? Andrea found a free audio version on Audible of Resurrection. Doesn't say who translated it. Yeah, and that's fair. I don't know who the translator is of the one that I have on audio, but I know it's not the same as Briggs because I actually like the audio book of it better. But there's so much that I want to think about, and like transferring my audiobook notes to my physical copy is annoying. So I haven't been listening to the audiobook as much, but I do really like the audiobook I have. Paulina hasn't read War and Peace at all. You tried a few years ago, but it didn't work. You think it's because it was an ebook. Oh, yeah. I can't do long books on ebooks because then it just makes me feel like it's even longer and has no end. Hey, Kristen, how are you? Reading Mansfield Park and trying to decide if you need a power nap. I took a power nap on Sunday, or no, Saturday. Oh, Lisa, its final work came out only last year. Okay, published by his family. Oh, interesting. Paulina is reading Undue Burden. Nice. I hope you enjoy and have a good day at work. Andrea, Before Dorothy sounds like a fascinating recommendation, right? Sue, you were a little stiff. Okay, but you're fine now. Good. Okay, good. I'm glad. That's not too bad. And hey, Doug, how are you? Just wanted to say hi and say thanks for the book club. You're very welcome. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And speaking of Return of the Soldiers, I'm glad you mentioned that, Doug. A book that I am going to be starting soon, and I thought I'd let everybody else know about, is Regeneration by Pat Barker. And this is a book that I came across in another book that I have that's like a list, one of those like list of books types of things. And I was just going through and reading descriptions of books, and I came across Regeneration. And this is about a World War One soldier who was a poet who writes a letter to, I don't even know who. I think he just writes a public letter basically saying that he is refusing to go back to war because he thinks the war is a senseless slaughter. And the government's like, no, that's not okay. He clearly has shell shock. And they send him to a psychiatric hospital. And the well known psychiatrist there, his job is to fix this guy so that he can go back to war. Tell me that doesn't kind of remind you of the Return of the Soldier and you're not like fascinated by that. You're like, tell me if you're not fascinated by that. Because I was, and it's a short little book. And so I'm like, when I finish this, which probably won't happen today, I want to read this because I'm like slipping that in. Not on any TBR. Don't care. And real quickly, these last comments, and then we'll go into our next sprint. Your paperback version says 2025. Okay, not sure if it was ever in hardcover. That's fair. Hazel Gaynor's most recent, one of your favorite authors. Oh, nice. And right, Denise? Doesn't it sound good? Like on its own, it sounds good. But having just read Return of the Soldier, I'm like, I see connections here. Like, was this like a thing at the time? Probably. And like, aren't you like if you read Return of the Soldier, like, aren't you kind of curious? Because this is like to me sounding like Girl Interrupted. One, what is it? One flew over the cuckoo's nest. A cloud, a something, whatever it was that flew over the cuckoo's nest, and Return of the Soldier, like all mixed together in one book. So that's going to be happening, but not today because I'm going to start with this on audiobook while I like flex my ankle, basically, is what's going to be going on. This is why you never get to your shelves. I know, so true. I know. Distractions. You think it was, yes, Siegfried Sassoon. Yeah, the poet in the story. Absolutely, that's the one. All right, let's get into our next sprint. I've got an hour on the clock, so we are good to go for a little bit. I'm going to go and stretch and move my foot around and maybe do some cleaning while I do that. And then I will be back and reading Resurrection. I almost said Return of the Soldier. So I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? I was like super caught up in my audiobook and then I started knitting. Um, so I was, oh my gosh, and the struggle to knit was real, guys. I don't know if you were watching me, but I forgot that before I moved, I had broken my yarn winder, which was the thing you saw me like winding over here. And so I was like having to hold it together and then like it messed up the yarn. And if you know, you know, and it has produced the ugliest cake of yarn. I'm gonna have to like, and it's literally broke, like it has a crack in it. So I'm gonna try duct tape and see if I can duct tape the third hook so it'll stay there. And if not, I'm gonna have to buy a new one eventually. But anyway, I started this last week and this is how my scarf is going. So, it would be nice and long here. I'm sure if I blocked it, it would be enough to cover my neck, but I have this entire skein. Um, and I'm using two strands. This is just one. So I've added it on because I ran out of one. And then I have this much left of the other ball. So when this runs out, and this is why I wound it into a cake, I have a tail on the outside here. And so I will just knit this entire thing until it's gone. And that's how long my scarf is going to be. But I was like, ooh, I can sit and knit and listen to the audiobook for a little bit. So, um, yeah, so I did that at the end there. And I'll probably work another couple of rows and then I'll take a break from that and go to um, pick back up with physically reading. And I left my water over there and I'm super regretting it right in this moment. So, anyway, that's how my sprint went. I did go upstairs and I did something in my son's room, but I was so distracted talking to my mother because we were having a very lively conversation that I don't even remember what I did in his room. I put some clothes away because I had washed his clothes and they were just sitting there. And I was like, I guess I could put them away for him. But then some of them are his clothes for school. So I haven't put those away. And then I don't know. I don't know. I think that was all I did. And then I got like super distracted and came back downstairs. Anyway, Anne was saying that Regeneration, which is the next book I hope to start, is a trilogy. And that is correct. The first book in the trilogy is also called Regeneration, right? Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to read the whole trilogy. We're going to start with book one, see how that goes, see where the rest of the trilogy is going, because I don't know that I want to go into like a long historical fiction trilogy. It does sound like a winner. When we read Return of the Soldier, you didn't get the Catch 22 vibes, but Regeneration is making you think of Joseph Heller. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't think of Catch 22 with Return of the Soldier either, but I could see what you're saying with Regeneration. Anne's going to pick up your meds, so they stop calling every 2 hours. I get that. Sue finished Emma last night. Good job. How did you enjoy it? And the other Sue is working on your daily jigsaw puzzle while you listen to James. Fun. Jack was out sick from work. Oh no, all last week? Oh, so you're already dreading the mess. Oh, I know. Oh no, it's worse than you thought. Oh, oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, I hope you're able to like claw your way partially out today. Oh, that's the worst, right? Is it's like you're already coming back from being sick and then adding to it that things are a mess. And Natalie caught up with Clarissa. I must say you would really prefer never to hear directly. I know. Like he can stop writing letters now. I was really hoping we weren't ever going to go back to him, but of course. And back to Jurassic Park, sprinkled with house duties, although you might just skip the house chores. Oh, I know that feeling. And Meg, you went to the library and found books but forgot to pick up your holds. Oh no, I've done that before. That's the worst. So now you're not sure what to read. Oh, I know, because who knows what those holds are, right? Because I think you said that one of them was a surprise. Oh, and I'll have to show you guys what I got. I went to a book swap yesterday at a local bookstore. It was so much fun. And silly bookstore didn't think anybody was gonna come because they were like, we didn't really advertise it. No. Practically the whole town was there. In fact, they were lucky they didn't advertise it because the whole town probably would have been there. Clearly, we were all dying for a book swap, and it was so good. Like, not the actual organization of it, that was trash. It was really just not well organized because they thought nobody was going to come. So they literally had out, I guess, at the start, just two little tables for people to. I think they thought how it was going to work was people were going to just come, put down a couple of books, pick up a couple of books, and leave. When I got there was a line that wound around a good portion of the store. It took me 2 hours to get through, and they still only had three tables of books out. Like, they needed a whole line of books. It needed more organization, but I got some good books. So, and I took back some books that I had read and gave like 3 stars or 4 stars, but were just books that I was never going to reread. And I got books that I was probably never going to buy because I was like, maybe I will or will not like them. But now I'm more likely to read them because I don't have to wait until I go to the library. So it was like a win. Like, everybody was leaving so happy that it was like a good time. There should be more of these. Libraries need to start doing them. Brittany finished the sublet. Yay, good job. Boiled eggs. Ooh, egg salad. Oh, that sounds so good. Oh, enjoy your egg salad, Brittany. Paulina didn't read, but did do some admin stuff. Good job. Amy talked to your mom and started watering plants. We'll be listening as you do watering and tidying. Nice. And if you guys remind me and we're not in a sprint at 1 o'clock, I may like open the window that's over here and sit with my back to it and maybe adjust the lighting because I guarantee you at 1 o'clock a deer's going to walk by because we're now officially part of the deer path. That's what I've decided because we see deer all the time now. Mommy deer, not so baby deer anymore. The baby's old enough that he's walking around on his own. And mom has shown him the trail well because he comes through here on a daily basis. And duct tape, I know. If it's good enough for the moon buggy, this is my thought too, Doug. If I can get I have some black electrical tape. So I think I'm going to start with that just to see if tape can get it steady enough. Because I don't know that I have any duct tape. But, like, I mean, duct tape in theory can hold anything together, right? If I just put enough of it on there. Right, tidying the next one. Yep. The scarf color and pattern is really nice. Thank you. Did I finish the hat? I did finish the hat. Yeah, I'll bring that over. Yeah. And Sophia took a 30-minute nap. Nice. Read a couple of chapters, 68%. Kristen got through 30 pages. Book clubs tonight. Oh, you don't think any of you have finished it? That happens. It happens. I was thinking about that with the book club schedule, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure if I leave the book club schedule as exactly how I was thinking of doing it, we're gonna get to October and no one will have finished the book. So I was like, let me do us a solid and change that a little. Denise ordered your copy of Regeneration. The first edition cover is gorgeous. I know, like, I'm not a fan of this cover. There are so many nicer covers for this book. And if I like it, I will probably eventually buy it, but not with that cover. But it's no longer available new. Oh, used copies cost a fortune. Oh, nice. Called your son. Then your sister called, but only 2%. I know I didn't get much reading done either after I talked to my mom. When you talked about the Return of the Soldier, you didn't talk much about Chris. Right, at the fighting of World War I, but it must have been horrible. He wasn't a kid either. You could see how hard it would be on his brain. That's true. Yeah, there's so much to talk about with that book that we didn't get to that. I'm going to Excuse me. I almost didn't get that muted and it was pretty loud. But yeah, that was an interesting part because you see some of it during it and you see it at the end. You love duct tape, but glue will not leave a sticky residue, which could be a problem for yarn. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I know what you're talking about, like at the edges. In theory, if I tape it well enough, like there's like this much distance, or at least this much distance, between where the yarn will be coming down. So the yarn, unless I mess up, really won't ever even come close to where the duct tape will be. But I might like finish the edges of the duct tape with electric tape or something like that, like something that you know. Let me finish these comments and then we'll go into our next sprint. So let me pause real quick. The Green Gauge Summer was very good and you'd recommend it, Nancy. Good to know. And hey, Ryan, how are you? Working, but we'll be picking up Jane Austen's Society later. Nice. And Sue really liked that book, Ryan. So there you go. Awesome. All right. So I will get to any other comments that come in when we get back from our sprint. But we've got another hour on the clock. I'm going to knit and listen to my audiobook for a little bit, and then I'll switch over to the physical. So have a good sprint, everybody, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I knit for a little bit while listening to Resurrection, and then I sat and read for the remainder of the time pretty much, and it's going really well. I have to say, with this book, I knew very little about the plot going in, and I was afraid to listen to anybody's reviews to hear like more about it, um, because it seemed like the plot, like they would just jump in more plot information than I wanted. But I'm finding that I'm surprised because I didn't realize how much of this book was going to be about like the legal justice system and the prison system in Russia. So very shocked and surprised by that. I think partially because Tolstoy's other two books, even if they're not completely about domestic life, they're pretty heavy on the side of domestic life, where I don't think that's how I would describe Resurrection at all. Like, I definitely think there's more of it that has to do with like um, the justice system in Russia at the time. And so I'm finding that really interesting in this novel. I had to think of like what I was trying to call it. And so yeah, so that is how my sprint went. I think during the next sprint I'm gonna have lunch because I'm feeling like super hungry. And maybe we'll move outside. It looks super sunny and nice out. And like I said, this is supposed to be like our last like cooler day for the rest of the week. So if it's not too hot, and I see there's a nice patch of shade right now, I might move us outside for a sprint now and maybe one later this evening because I don't think it's supposed to rain today. Though the weather has been funny here because we keep getting like predictions of like massive storms and rain and like we'll get like 10 minutes of rain, like just enough rain to not have to like water anything outside. And then it clears up and it's perfectly fine. So that's been an interesting part of our week. All right, and let's see how you guys were doing during that sprint, what you got up to. Doug was saying he was glad that Sue was feeling better. Princess, hello, the deer path, I know, right? More deer footage. Sophia just got whiplash from a sentence at the end of a chapter. Oh, this just happened. Now you have now you can focus and have lunch. That's so funny. And there's a video where Eric Carl Anderson thinks the Book of Records will win the Booker. Interesting. For this year? You're very happy. Yeah, we're all happy that Sue is doing well. We were so worried last week, Sue, or at least I know I was. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Popping in from work. Oh, thanks. I look forward to seeing you later. And Princess was saying hi to Jamie. Natalie, you managed to clean the floors. Okay, that's not bad. Everything else can wait till tomorrow. Fair. Hey, Dina, how are you doing? How was your vacation? I hope you had a great time. And yeah, I'm sure you're going to be in and out getting back to like reality, right? And Pincher Martin, I have not heard of that one. I hope you enjoy it. Sue's working on a book journal, chatting with your daughter. Jack plans to have lunch and finally get some reading done, reading The Ghostwriter. Ooh, nice. Brittany switched to Warbreaker, got to 38%. Is this a reread for you, Brittany? I feel like you've read Warbreaker before. No? What are your thoughts so far at almost 40% in? Is it what you expected? Is it different? Liking it? Can you even tell me? Is it like, secret surprise? Michelle's at 89% in the last story of Amina Lee. May take a walk. Okay. Ooh, that sounds a cool 86. Okay. You want to enjoy it while it's here. Yeah, I bet that's way cooler than it's been. I need to go for a walk today too. Denise got very little reading done, another 2%. Had to call about getting your fridge and dishwasher fixed. Okay. Busy day. Hey, Paula, I'm knitting a scarf. Ta da da. It's all tangled up at this point. I mean, it's not tangled, but here it is. And you can see where I joined my yarn. And this isn't exactly what it's going to look like either. It will have to be heavily blocked, but this is actually the pattern. And this is what it will look like. So, yeah, but it's a very squishy pattern. There's also a really cute hat pattern for it, but I don't have enough of that yarn left. I have my other hat. Oh, I was supposed to bring the hat to show, but Nancy got to 21%, made lunch. Doug was asking if I've come to any of Tolstoy's Illegal Aliens chapters yet. You didn't notice them on your first read, and now they're so relevant. Are you talking about the part with the passports? I don't know, maybe not, but that is interesting, Doug. That's a really, okay, if you're definitely going to have to bring that up when we have the book club meeting about it, because that's the only thing that I can think of so far. So don't tell me now, but I'll let you know in book club if I've noticed it. And if not, you're going to have to point out where. His prediction for this year, interesting. And it's your first time and you're enjoying it. Yay! Good. Princess was saying Tolstoy talks about illegal aliens. Yeah, this book is so different, like topically, in some ways. In some ways, it also reminds me a lot of Anna Karenina, but like to me, like it feels like Tolstoy, and yet it doesn't, just because it's such a different story. Literature discusses the same issues over and over again, the human condition, and there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, in that sense, very true. Thank you. Yeah, I think it'll be nice and cozy and like nice and wide too, which is always nice. A little on the scratchy side, but I know it softens up because I've used this yarn before. Or no, I haven't. Maybe a little on the scratchy side. But I know how to handle that. Sophia read a couple chapters after lunch. Tolstoy doesn't even acknowledge the bomb he dropped on you. Oh no. Literally had a whole rant to your mom. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to put on Discord, Sophia, what it is. Now I want to know which part. Paulina was asking Nancy. Yeah, it is Hong Kong. You, what am I trying to even say? You liked the vegetarian and Greek lessons. Oh, interesting. And Doug wanted to know how Pincher Martin is. You loved Lord of the Flies and Rites of Passage. Hey, Amelia, how are you? Making dinner? Nice. I hope it turns out well. Okay, the expired passports. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And you know what, Doug? I don't know how I didn't even make that connection. Maybe I made it while I was reading it. But yeah, I did think that was like a really interesting topic to bring up. And I agree, it's totally relevant to today. In fact, there's a lot in this that I'm like, he's bringing up some interesting points. Like, I don't know that I come to the same conclusions that he's coming to about how to fix everything, but I think it's interesting that he's talking about the plights of farmer. You're talking about justicism. He's talking about the prison system and like punishments of people. And you do not read slow, and you read lots. At least I think you do. And it's not a race. And I think I also started Resurrection before you did, and it's the only thing that I'm reading. So there's all those things to keep in mind as well. And hey, Christina, you're reading Where the Dark Stands Still. Nice. I am doing well. I hope you are as well. Exactly. It's not a race. It's like a leisurely meandering of everyone on the beach. And I hope you are able to hydrate. Thanks for all the reminders, Christina. Yes. I have never done jury duty. I've never even been called to jury duty, Doug. And like, how many other people on here have never been called to jury duty? Because like now I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, have I missed jury duty? Am I gonna like one day go to some state and they're gonna be like, you're under arrest for skipping jury duty? Like that's my fear now. Nancy deals with 1980 Yeonju protest and the aftermath. Ooh. And Brittany wants to know how you're liking your book, Christina. It's sitting on your TBR staring at you, right? all the books. We should just put googly eyes on the sides of all so it can just feel more real what's really going on. So, all right, we're gonna go into our next sprint. Oh, you saw a jury. You got a jury duty summons like just recently, Paulina. And hey, Silky, you've been called for jury duty so many times. Oh my gosh. Oh, Michelle, you've been called 3 times, 2 different counties. Oh wow. Yeah, they've got your name, Michelle. They're like, we want this girl. Me, they clearly just don't want me. Oh, just today. Oh my gosh, what a coincidence. Sorry, hope I didn't jinx that. And Sue's never been called. And Kristen served on jury when you were 18 and never got called again. See, I've never been called at all. They're like, no, we've seen Nicole. We don't want her. Anyway, I'm gonna go get my lunch. We'll come back and talk some more and hear the rest of your guys' jury duty stories. And yeah, I want to say I'm jealous, but I'm really not. So, all right, I'm gonna go get lunch. Maybe bring us outside, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome outside, everyone. How's it going? I should have fixed the brightness on my camera so I'm not so blown out. I'll try and do that on the break. And the cicadas are here and they are loud. Though I swear for 90% of that sprint, it was like beautiful bird noise. And now I think they were taking a lunch break as well. My sprint went really well. I listened to Resurrection while I ate my lunch, which was a leftover sub and then leftover curry from dinner. It was a weird combination, but I was hungry, so I ate the little bit of leftovers of both. And then I came and sat and physically read. So let's see how you're doing. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay out here because the bugs are bugging me. Namely, they're just bugging me, but they're now starting to bug the camera as well. Paulina got one 2 months ago, but never had to go in for it. Oh, we were talking about jury duty. I forgot about that. Let's see what everybody had to say about jury duty real quickly. Doug was on jury once in Ann Arbor, and it was exactly like Resurrection. That's disturbing. So you get called every 6 months? That's crazy. Yeah, they literally had your number. And never served on jury duty. Once they found out your job, you were sent home. That makes sense. Like, I could see you getting called and then sent home. That makes a lot of sense. Your son just did jury duty in murder trial. Oh my gosh. They drew two names and he was dismissed after closing arguments. Why so long? Oh my gosh. When you were called, the judge knew you were a cop before you ever told him, but they still picked you. That is surprising. I forgot about that, Doug. That's really interesting. Denise, there were two extra in case someone couldn't stay the entire trial. Oh, okay. I see. But at that point, I'd be like, I'm invested. Like, I want my opinion to count. Christina said hi to Brittany, was looking for audios for the books on your shelves, and that was the first one with no hold time. So starting it today. She'll let you know how it goes. Princess, for some states, pay people. Yeah, a decent wage for serving jury duty. That way, people with jobs don't reimburse, can still serve. Yes, I agree. Like, I think that's how it should go. I remember living in Arizona. It wasn't, at least at the time, a huge amount. Like, it wasn't going to cover a, anybody's full time work, but at least it was something. Um, and Princess wanted to know you're a cop. How does that affect your reading of literature? Mm-hmm. Ann Arbor paid you $50 a day. Okay. And worked as a teen psychologist. Thought you were needed at the hospital to prevent future criminals. I can see that. Retired, but yeah, resurrection was super painful. I know, I could see that, like especially with all the prison stuff. Yeah, oh, being part of the problem. I'm sure you weren't part of the problem, Doug. Natalie's been summoned several times, but want and haven't been able to because it's always when you have your kid on summer break or something. Okay. And you had to testify once. All right. Reading a book about criminology, The Criminal Mind. Ooh. Diana's been called twice for jury duty, but they didn't select you. Okay. And you were hoping you wouldn't get picked. Ooh, yeah, for a murder trial. Yeah, I wouldn't want that either. And Princess thinks Anne would make a great juror. And Doug says, thanks for helping the kids. Diana also had a comic book store murder. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, your sister was her next door neighbor and she had to testify. Oh, what a horrible situation. Doug, I don't know if every state does it, but Michigan, after the verdict is announced, the attorneys have the right to poll the jury to know how each of you voted. I don't like that. What is police policy regarding burner phones? If you discover a burner phone in your house, do you automatically call the police? Okay, I'm going to skip that conversation if it's answered, but hopefully you figured out your answer, Princess, and everybody else can read it if they like. And a lot of troubled kids are really just looking for someone to care for them. Yes. And a lot of kids join gangs for the sense of family and belonging. That's exactly what I found working with at-risk youth. And so I'm glad that my instinct was correct. And Doug did answer the question. Hey, Britta, how are you doing? Hoping to get some reading done. I hope you're able to as well. There is a chipmunk running around here like he's a psychopath. He constantly is doing that, but he's being very distracting in the background because he's like staying in my line of sight in the flower beds, but he's like, you know how chipmunks do. And so I'm like, stop running around right now because I just keep seeing something flash. I'll just have to keep telling myself that that's who it is. Doug was saying hi to Britta. It's 1 p.m. where he is, almost lunchtime. And says hi to Britta. Doug wants to know, Diana, if you've tackled Atlas Shrugged. Britta says thanks. You were visiting your mom, so no time to film. More book mail for Anne. Yay, what did you get? Hey, Amber Lee. Still reading Ship of Destiny, hoping you can read a good chunk today. Sounds good. And Diana read it years ago. And you just ordered the Idaho 4. You trust him with that case. And Doug thought you always should. Always hate to recommend it, but in today's environment, such an important insight. And he'll solve it. Yes, and love to know about the psychology behind it. Doug in Resurrection, Tolstoy does a good job looking at Katusha's motivations. I agree. Yeah, I thought he is handling her really well. And Vanessa, hey, how are you doing? I hope you're well. What are you up to? Alicia finished. Yay! Good solid 4 stars. Nice. Hey, Rita, how are you? Oh, you're obsessed with it. Oh, thanks. I'm glad it's a nice view for you. You're currently dropping book 2. I know, I've seen that on Kickstarter. Yay! Congrats. That is so amazing, Rita. Emily, you made it home from the dentist. No cavities. Good job. Ate lunch. Ooh, that sounds good. And you'll sprint and get some laundry, clean the bedroom, settle in with Curds of Prey. That is hilarious. I love some of those cozy mystery novels names. Brittany, you had potato salad. Yum, yum, yum. Wait, you made some potato salad. I just had to back up a second. I thought we were making egg salad. What happened to the egg salad? Or was it potato salad the whole time and I made it into egg salad? That you were just making eggs to put in your potato salad? Please help me with this, because now I'm confused. Or do you have both? Emily's been called to serve 4 or 5 times as a teacher. You can defer until summer. Makes sense. Hey, Brennan, how are you? Reading You Bet Your Heart, currently at 28%. Nice. Denise made coffee and went outside, read 5%. And you summoned by your granddaughter. You pick her up after the chat. Okay. Maybe back depending on what she wants to do. Fair. Hey, Patricia. You picked up Resurrection from Barnes & Nobles, finishing up Ship of Souls. It's not bad, but it's YA, and you may be too old for it. Oh, no. That's always so hard to know with YA, right? And yeah, you have plenty of time with Resurrection. And I don't know, it seems like everybody's finding it like a relatively quick read for a classic. Okay, you made both. Okay. So it wasn't just my imagination that we started out by talking about egg salad. I was like, wait a second. Our salads have changed. Very nice. Yeah, I do want egg salad. I really do. You got more baby chicks? Oh, I've got to get on sometime, Rita, in the morning. Recently in the mornings, I'm just like staring at my coffee cup and like not even clicking on. But I've got to go on to say hi. It's been so long. Ryan, you want to get jury duty? Oh my gosh, you think it would be interesting? I don't know. I've heard, Ryan. And then the number of things you can't bring. You can't bring knitting most of the time because you can't bring needles, even if you have like plastic ones because they're pointed. Some don't even let you bring books. It's boring. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. I know, potato salad. I know, egg salad. Oh, you're making that too? I'm jelly. And a Christina and a Rita. Yay! All right. So I want to sit outside longer, guys, but like it's overcast out here every now and then. And when it's overcast, it's like super overcast. Like at one point I was like, is it about to rain on me? And it didn't. And it's not supposed to rain. But I'm still feeling a little questionable. You see how the cicadas have gone away? Have you noticed that? That they're not as crazy anymore? Because I swear they weren't like, I didn't hear them at all when I first came out, and then they just got louder. Yeah. I know, Rita. I want egg salad now too. And first read Resurrection and then run from. Yeah, this is a very valid point, Doug. If you think you want to do jury duty, read Resurrection and then reconsider everything in life. That's kind of what's going on. Maybe you should just stick to watching trials. There you go. There you go. Yeah, you can judge the trials on television. That's probably a safer, faster route to go as well. I'm going to fix my camera here if I can, because otherwise it's going to drive me bonkers. I should have done this earlier, but I wasn't planning on going outside. What can I say? And hopefully I don't have so many things going at once that my computer doesn't go, what are you doing? Now the question is, what do I need to turn on to fix the color? I think it's this. Let's see if that did anything. Yeah, see, look, fixed it. And it'll change now as the sun changes. So maybe that's good and maybe it's not. Britta, you don't have a jury system, so it seems very interesting. It is interesting. Whether or not it's good, helpful, and you'd want to do it, it's a totally different question. So do you have just judges? Is it all decided by one judge or multiple judges? Yeah, I'm like Anne. Like, who decides who's guilty? Who decides who's done it? I mean, here you still have cases. Not everything is heard by a jury. You still have plenty of cases here where a judge is deciding the guilt. But you do, in certain types of cases, have it go before a jury. So it depends on the case, depends on the court, depends on a lot of random factors. It's what it feels like. Right, judges. That would be my guess. Judge or judges. Okay. Anyway, our timer's about to go off. That was our longer break. Will I move back inside? No, I think I'm gonna. I do need to change my angle so I'm in the shade. And there's a mass of ants over here. Oh, and a huge spider over there. I'm not moving in that direction. I guess I'm gonna be in the sun for a little bit. And then I'll probably move back inside before the sprint ends. That's the plan. That spider needs to stay over on his side of the porch. You have a panel of judges, 1 or 3 or 5, depending on the severity of the case. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you kind of have like a jury. It's just not a jury of, what is ours supposed to be? Like of peers or something like that? Is it ever really? It's more like judgment by population, by very controlled population, predetermined by, random factors that are left up to a couple of people manipulating things. Anyway, yeah, it's supposed to be our peers. Is it? Is it though? Like, I mean, when you think all the factors that they consider and who gets excluded and this and that, like by the time you have your jury, because then I feel like it's never random. And Sue says hello to Christina. Oh, you worked as a defense lawyer. I don't know that I knew that. You always wondered about the difference. Yeah, it's a panel of peers. That's what we have when we have, so it's either a judge or a panel of peers, unless you're going to like the Supreme Court, in which case it's a panel of judges. You think a panel of judges might be better? I don't know. I don't know that it could be worse. Your criminal justice system is no better than Russia's was in Tolstoy's time. I have also felt like there were a lot of similarities and to the prison system as well. In that case, you sat in judgment on, there was very damning video evidence you were not privy to until after he got off. Yeah, see, how's that helpful? And you didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't either. Interesting. Good to know. All right, it is time for a next sprint. I'm going to read some. I'm going to move us back inside some. And I'm going to maybe walk around and pull some weeds in the garden some. But not if there's creepy spiders like the one that's over here. Like, I don't even like the fact that he's out. I think he's going to catch an ant. About to have some wildlife action going on over here. Anyway, okay, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Anybody else feel like that went by really fast? Actually, it may have, because if you missed it at one point when I was moving us inside out of the way of the tarantula like spider in the backyard, not really, but it felt like it, I accidentally turned my computer off. So I got inside and I was like, screen shouldn't be blank. So then I had to like reset the timer and restart my computer, and you guys were fine. It was fine. If you didn't notice anything, it's because StreamYard is wonderful, and even if I like drop out of this stream, it won't end until I tell it to end or until it goes like an excessive number of hours. Anyway, yeah, things were crazy at the beginning of that sprint. There was like this spider that was out there. Every time I looked at it, it was closer to me. Then there was this ant that was like going near it, and I thought I was going to watch live while this ant captured and ate this. No, other way around. While the spider captured and ate the ant, and it was about to be a whole like National Geographic moment, like in way too close up zoom, and then the ant somehow managed not to get caught, and then the spider kept inching its way towards me, and I was like, no, I'm not comfortable with this situation. So we had to move inside. But in moving inside, like I said, I turned things off. So we're back. It's fine. Indoors is great. It's not like it's spider free in here, but we'll pretend. At least there's no spiders that big that I've seen in here. And then it kept wanting to like hide, but then come back out like, surprise, I'm back. And I was like, not enjoying this game. Hide and seek is what I was playing. Ooh, Britta, you're reading some Divine Comedy. Ooh, for a buddy read. Nice. And Amelia went to exercise. Anne's gonna take your Tylenol and save that for Adagio. Yeah, no kidding. I was like, no, stop. No, we're not doing this. Like, because the ant was being crazy. At one point, it was like climbing through the web. I was like, that's really not the way to go, dude. And the spider was like out of it for the moment, fortunately. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. No, I was definitely talking to the bugs in that moment. I was like, stop it, stop it. We're not doing this. We're not having this. And Britta Ann wanted to know, read a lot of male authors, but have you read Resurrection? Yeah, who else has read Resurrection? I don't feel like I've heard a lot of people talk about it. And yeah, and Doug was saying yes, cool, in the Divine Comedy, a very hard read. Hey, Grace, how's it going? Afternoon to you as well. Listening to Love and Tandem at 78% in. Nice. And yeah, this was me being like, no, my computer didn't just turn off. We're not sitting here with a blank background. I'm not making faces. I don't know what you're talking about, Sue. And yes, you have, Anne. And a law professor now, less drama except during exam week. Yes. And yes, my needles are humongous. They're both also like super long, which I don't recall why these I got such long ones, but in case you're wondering, they are a size 15 or 10, depending on which way you go. And it's because I'm holding two strands of yarn because I had three hanks of yarn and I just wanted to use it all up. So I knit a hat and then I literally looked for a pattern that was going to literally just suck up the yarn and still give me at least like a neck cozy type of cowl situation. Because, I'm the queen of cowls. I can like stitch two ends together and make a cowl out of any rectangle. So I was like, if it doesn't end up long enough for a scarf, it's going to be a cowl. Oh, Sophia. Tolstoy's just playing games with you. Oh yeah, the perspective switches. Yep, he'll get you there. Bye, Rita. Thanks for swinging by. Gotta edit. To schedule. Oh, thank you. I'm really enjoying the scarf. It's a fun knit too, now that I've figured out the pattern. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Not sure what you're going to be reading or working on. You're not into your books. Oh no, that's never a good place to be. What are you currently in the middle of? And Doug wanted to know what chapter you're on, Sophia. And hello, Lady Momentus. Oh, you're reading Jurassic Park. For a second, I was like, why is everybody reading Jurassic Park? And then I remembered that the other movie came out. Are you guys all planning to go and see the movie? Are you hoping to get it while it's still in theaters? I think it's fun that it's made people reread it. And it did seem fast. I may have accidentally cut out some minutes. Like, that's a real thing that may have happened. You did vacuum and you picked up your bedroom. First load is in the dryer and clothes are in the wash. Nice. It's humid here too. Like, it's not as hot. It's only 80, but it's definitely humid. Like, you can sit out there, but like, you definitely need to be sitting out in shorts and whatnot. And Emily got to page 89 out of 322. Nice. It'll be fall before we know it, guys. Amberly read about 20 pages and got up and moved around a bit, trying to be better at moving throughout the day outside your workouts. Yeah, that's really important too, right? Because we can still get stiff and just things will go downhill still. Sue really enjoying James and making pizza. Yum, yum, yum. I may have some watermelon. Denise picked up your granddaughter, picked up some books at the library sale. Ooh, probably gonna work on junk journals. Nice. Oh, I was gonna show you guys the books I got in the book swap. Natalie definitely needed a longer sprint. You stopped at the middle of the chapter. Oh no, that's the worst. Doug, hope you love Percival. Erasure is even better than James. I've heard good things about Erasure, but then I've heard good things about all of his books, and James is the only one I've liked so far. But what else have I read? I read The Trees. Have I only read two? Maybe I'm really not giving Erasure a fair shot here. It was volume 3, part 3, chapter 14. As only Tolstoy can do it. I'm on part 2, chapter 38. I think that's right. He loves him a short chapter. Kristen kept forgetting that you need to go eat. Oh, yes, go do that. Finishing up a couple more work tasks in the next sprint. And then hopefully done. Yay! Lady Momentous only reading it because, oh, of the Her Kid Readathon. Buddy Reed going, oh, wow, I have not been following. I didn't know that was a thing. Don't really care for the movies. Okay, that's fair. But the book is actually pretty good. Are you liking the book at least? Brennan got to 31%. Emily, none of the fall talk, huh? You want the cool weather, it means your summer break's over. That's true. Okay, we'll rephrase that. It'll be cooler weather soon. Hopefully, just because temperatures will go down, but not because any seasonal happening. Maybe they'll just be atmospheric shifts in a good, positive way. And Crochet Mima didn't notice anything because you fell asleep. Well, hey, that's the best reason not to have noticed anything. So I'm here for that. I hope you had a good nap. That sounds good to me. I had to like readjust my picture size because I was like this big on my screen. I'm like, I can't see what's going on. And Teresa, you're reading a Jane Austen, your Jane Austen July, A Fine Brush on Ivory. Hmm. Okay. You find it boring. That's right. I forgot you were saying none of your books were working. I'm all like, oh, okay, that sounds good. And it's not. You're also reading Emma, and it's okay. You watched the 2020 movie this weekend and you loved it. Oh, yeah, the movie and the book have different feels. I liked Emma. I think it's my favorite of hers that I've read, which isn't saying a lot because even Emma, I wasn't like amazing. But Pride and Prejudice is good, but the movie is also good. Natalie's reading Jurassic Park because it's a read along for her kid. Okay, and you found this book intimidating, so you figured you'd jump on the bandwagon instead of ignoring it. Oh, there you go. That's a good reason to pick it up. And Sue is saying, Doug, I'll definitely try some of Percival Everett's other books. Yeah, I should probably try Erasure. Erasure is the best and funniest thing you've read it all year. Wow. And you're liking Jurassic Park, and nice. And you agree, Britta, huh? I've heard good things about the movie, so I guess I'm gonna have to jump on Erasure and get over the trees because the trees was not my favorite. But I think I also like just didn't understand what the trees was supposed to be until I was like a third of the way in the book, and then I was like, oh, and then I struggled to like adjust my expectations for the rest of the book. Natalie did hear that the book was different from the movies, but that the movies wouldn't make good books and vice versa. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yep, I got you. Ooh, perfect timing. It's Silky Red, When the Reckoning Comes, a horror novel about souls from plantation deaths coming back for retribution. I feel like I've heard of that one. Or did somebody else do a similar one? I need to fix our timer so we have an hour again. I mean, we had an hour-ish last time, but I has somebody else done a similar book? Or maybe that is the book that I'm thinking of. It's really hard to know. Anyway, we've got an hour on the clock. I'm going to move around a bit, like we've all been talking about. And then I'm probably going to sit and physically read for this entire sprint or the rest of the sprint because, yeah, my hands are like, that's enough knitting for now, Nicole. So I got to do something else. So, yeah, so I'll probably listen to another chapter on the audiobook, another chapter or two that way while I get some stuff done around the house. And then I'm going to sit and I'm on page 393. I'm hoping to finish today. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. Anyway, I'll see you guys in an hour. We'll chat in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well, and was very good. I did spend some time, no, I didn't spend any time knitting. I'm confusing my own self. So I spent most of the time reading, and then towards the very end, like I feel like the allergies, the time of day, it all got me, and I started feeling sleepy, and I was like, "Ooh, girl!" So I got up and moved around a little bit, and went back to listening to the audiobook. So I think I'm going to start the next section on audiobook. I have not too much yarn left. It's getting pretty hollow, so I'll be almost done with my scarf at whatever length it's going to be, and then I'll at some point have to block it to really get it to show nicely. But I figure I have until winter to do that, but I'm not going to wait. I'm going to weave in the ends and I'm going to block it right away because I mean, if you were here last week, you saw all the whips. So, yeah, I am now on part 3, chapter 4, on page 422, which means I have about 100 pages left. I'm not going super fast through this, but I feel like it's 4 o'clock now. I probably won't stop for dinner until like 6 o'clock. So I feel like I might actually finish it by the end of the night. By the time I do like two, yeah, because I'm gonna need about 3 sprints at least to finish, I think. Um, at least 3. So we'll see how it goes. Oops. Oh, that was disconcerting. That was the sound of the nail falling out of my chair. I'll have to, or the screw rather. So I'm gonna have to fix that before my chair falls apart on me. And let's see what you guys got up to during this sprint. Teresa was saying to Doug, wanted to know if you guys were the ones who were having the conversation about Steinbeck. And you gave 4 stars to a God Unknown. Nice. And Doug hasn't read that one, so maybe not. But he loves that you love it. And Diana was saying to Doug, you would read anything by Everett. Have you read I'm Not Sidney Poitier? You have read about 7 of his books and will probably read more. Nice. It's always nice when an author has a large backlist. And was saying to Diana, have you read any books by his wife, Danzy Senna? Yeah, I have not yet, but I own one of her books. And just tried to eat a piece of cold fried chicken. Certainly not a good idea. Oh, that you won't be doing everything one-handed. Oh, is your surgery tomorrow, Anne? Oh, good luck. I hope it goes well for you and that, yeah, you'll be able to have better use of both hands. Do you know how long your recovery will be? And is it outpatient, I'm assuming? And Diana has not read anything by Danzy Senna yet, but Anne has. And she's just as good as Percival, I have heard. Dina just got back from the pool. Oh, it just very suddenly started raining very hard. So I'm glad I moved inside because I've been thinking that for like the last hour that it's been looking like it was going to rain. And all the last week, there's been no drizzles. It's just gone from not raining to completely raining. So I'm glad we're inside. Dina got back from the pool. Ooh, hopefully can relax and read now. Yay, that would be great. Sophia was just about to make a strawberry shake. Ooh, when your mom got a call, maybe next sprint. Oh, yeah, because you don't want to like blend in the background. Ooh, 70%, 1% left. Yay. Almost at 70. Alicia picked up Jane Austen's bookshelf. It seems like there's a lot of people enjoying that. I'm assuming you are as well if you're 100 pages in. Denise got some stuff so your granddaughter could work on her junk journal. Nice. And not working on yours right now. Only read 2%. You're at 75%. Sounds good. Dante's not agreeing with you, Britta. Oh no. Anybody else struggled with the Dorothy Sayers translation? Oh, interesting. I have read nothing by Dante. Who's the person? Somebody came out with like a really new translation, right? I've heard that one is like amazing. I don't know if that's true, but I'm sorry, the struggle is struggling. Natalie's on 122, 30% through. Nice. Hey, Jamie, how are you? You spent that sprint decluttering the main bathroom. Ooh, not done. Progress is made. Progress is good. Hey, Regina, how are you? You made it to chapter 7 of Dr. Black's Perfect Peace. Nice. Sophia, you hope it wasn't a necessary screw? if I drop out of frame real quick, that question will be answered. I know it's not the only screw. There's like 4 or 5 or 6 that like hold the seat and legs together. So, but yeah, if I fall suddenly off screen, you know what happened. Especially if you see a hand coming up and being like turning the camera off. And you have to be there at 6 tomorrow morning. Oh, and they say you should be home by noon. Okay. 4 to 6 weeks to recover. Okay. Okay, that's not sounding too bad. Hopefully it all goes smoothly and you notice a huge difference, Anne. That would be so great for you. And Kristen, you just bought the Joseph Chiardi translation of the Divine Comedy. Haven't started it yet. Okay. All right. The one that I'm thinking of, I believe, is a female author. Hey, Sherry, hoping to get some physical book reading in during the next sprint. Sounds good. What are you going to be reading or working on? Amelia will be starting Watermark. I have not heard of that one. What is that about? And I'm trying to think of who the translator was for there's like a specific translation that I want. No, thanks. New translation. Do you ever feel like Google doesn't know what you're talking about because you're just not giving it the words it wants? Oh, Mary Jo Bang. I think, yeah, Mary Jo Bang. She's translated, I think, all 3. I forget which one you said you were on. But I know she's done Paradiso and one other. But I've heard good things about her translation of Dante's Inferno. I think it's Inferno and Paradiso that she's done. John Chiardi. Is that what you said? Oh. And you're hoping to feel better by the time the cooler weather happens. Oh, well, that's a good goal. That would be nice, right? And Watermark is about Venice. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, and Brodsky's a Russian author. Okay. And Sherry's reading Stay Awake by Megan Golden. Nice. I feel like it's like what I need to be reading right now. Stay awake, Nicole. 4 o'clock is too late to be sleepy. Maybe have a cup of tea. I'm going to start out by listening to my audiobook because then I can knit, and I feel like those 2 activities will keep me awake. But my book is at like a really interesting part, like, because there's a piece in here that I'm going to have to, we're going to have to talk about it in book club because there's this one moment at the end of the chapter that I'm like, I know my thoughts on the one girl. She's like having a Clarissa moment. But the other woman, I'm kind of curious as to how people would interpret this one comment. Plus, I'm thinking about a space on my Her Kid bingo board that would help me fill out. Yes, that is. Yeah, Mary Jo Bang. Yeah, I've heard really good things about that translation, Britta. I have not looked at it or compared it to anything else. So if you read it and you're like, this is horrible, I didn't tell you. You didn't hear it from me. Amelia, he's also a Nobel Prize winning author. Okay, yeah, that's a good reason to check it out. If the whole world is saying like he's good, I feel like that's basically what the Nobel Prize in Literature is saying, is that multiple people around the world, in theory, think it's, worth the good news. All right, we're going to go back into our next sprint. I will see you all. Truth, Britta, truth. I forgot we were that close to the end of that sprint. I was like getting all wrapped back up in my book. I mean, I was listening to it the whole time, but I finished my scarf. Did I like put it anywhere nearby to show you? No, I like totally tucked it up and put it away so I could weave in the ends tomorrow. And now I have to decide after I weave in the ends on that what I want to make next. Do I want to do another winter hat? Do I want to do a sweater for myself? Do I want to do a baby sweater? Do I want to do a blanket? Do I want to do the baby surprise sweater? Do I want to crochet something? I don't know. But I'm making good progress in my books. If you have any recommendations, please feel free. Or if you just, you know, want to suggest I make something, go ahead and do that. I'm on page 450. So I've got like 60-ish pages to go. So will that be done in the next sprint? I don't think so. I'm doubting it. I maybe I don't think so though, because I don't think I'm reading it that fast. So I'm guessing 2.5 more sprints with it by the time I have interruptions and things of that nature. Let's see how you guys did. Uh, your cat needs to be held, Anne, because all cats need to be held when you're doing something. Doug, did you not know that there were 7 Percival Everetts? Yeah. And Doug wanted to know which one was Diana's favorite, even finding it difficult to obtain audiobooks of his backlog. Oh, maybe all of them haven't been made into audiobooks? I don't know. And Doug was saying to Britta, your problem with Dante wasn't so much the translation, but the character list. Okay, who knows or cares about all those corrupt politicians from 14th century Italy? I never thought about that, Doug. I guess you have to go with like what is the like overarching problem with them, right? Because if you put it into a modern day person, what would still have them in that place? So I guess the focus on the action versus the person. And Doug wanted to know if Anne liked Danny Senna, Danzy Senna. I've heard she's good too, Doug. Mickey finished Dark Places. Yay. It was entertaining, but a bit too long. The ending became obvious. Oh no. Yeah, that would make it feel really long. And now another group read that you wouldn't normally pick up, The Lion Women of Turan. I read that, Mickey. It was really good. It was really good. I read that as one of my new releases last year for Herkyed, and I liked it. If you've read the secret fan, the secret some friendship, the fan of something, never mind that. Never mind that. Lywood of Turan is good. Uh, James is Diana's top choice, then followed by Erasure. Okay. They're all excellent, but those are the best of the best that you've read so far. Nice. Meg decided to read Dead Silence, Haunted House Book in Space. Oh, a haunted abandoned spaceship. Oh, is that the one that has like the hand on the window or something on the cover? You know what I'm talking about? Gee, is someone else reading Dante? Yes, Britta. Britta is. You started Inferno. Oh, for Catabasis. Is that what Catabasis is about? Finished Grapes of Wrath last week. A depressing 5-star. I hear you there. Yeah, like if you guys haven't noticed, we're like almost near the end of July. Have you seen me read East of Eden yet? Nope. You haven't. Just throw that out there. You have the Hollander's translation so far, so good. That's good. And you were crying when your daughter came home. Oh no! She asked why you're crying. So you tried to eat and it didn't go well. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, Anne. Oh, I didn't realize that it was getting hard with the one hand. And wanted to know if it was the writing or the content of the Grapes of Wrath. I'm guessing it's the content. It's John Steinbeck. Yeah, get well soon, Anne. The content, okay, especially the timing of the ending with current events. Oh, you had to just stare at the wall. Oh, that sounds super depressing, G. I hope it was at least a good read. The thumb on your right hand has trigger finger. Oh, it's locked. I forgot that you still have the trigger finger. Okay. He said you didn't want to know what happens if he can't. Well, that's real ominous. I know. We all hope your surgery goes well, Anne. What you found, it was the content for you in the Grapes of Wrath. Okay. Have you read The Four Winds? Oh, I sobbed at that, like ugly cried at the end of Four Winds. You're just extremely tired of trying to do everything with one hand. I hear ya, Anne. So, kind of understand your left hand gets so stiff that it hurts to try and move anything. Oh. And Doug said, thanks, Diana. You're adding the Sydney Portier one to your TBR. If you forget, you try to use right hand. Oh, it's painful. And often something gets broken. Yeah, good luck. And Doug was saying to G, the Funky Academic has a great video review of Grapes in which he goes into the character arc. Oh, of Rose of Sharon. Very interesting. Not at all depressing. That's nice. Hey, LA, how are you doing? And Anne thought the video was interesting as well. You're reading all about love in Seven Faceless Saints. I like the title. And Sue sends Anne a hug. When you broke your arm in December, they said it would never be the same. They're always just so encouraging, aren't they? It's not your arm, it's your hand. You basically can't use it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. What a pain, literally. And Zinnia, you had to adult this last sprint by running errands, working, so next sprint you can dedicate to reading the fifth book of the Shady Hollow series, unless you take a little nap. I say take the nap. I mean, it's halfway through 125 pages, but it's bedtime. Good night, Amelia. Hello, Lisa. I'm having a great day. How's your day been? So you should finish James in the next sprint. The cat who returned it last time has been trying to turn it off all day. Oh no, did your cat like actually press your thing and return your book? That's how rude. And now at it again, huh? Your cat has something against James, I guess. People don't realize how much you depend on your thumb. So true. So true. Especially when you think of like, things that animals with no opposable thumbs can't do. And everything we can do because we have thumbs. Yeah. She's gonna check it out. Her arc was a good one. And Anne says, good night, Timbelia. And she says, admittedly not drawn to Kristen Hannah. Four Winds was actually pretty good. A bit like cryy, manipulative at the end, but good. So you do when you told your doctor it wouldn't bend, she said, oh well. I I don't even know what to say to that, Sue, other than I'm sorry that happened to you. LA, you have 4 or 5 Kristen Hannah books and haven't read any. Okay, good luck. I hope you like to cry. But you don't seem like a crier. You'll probably be fine. You'll be fine. Good night, Britta. It was nice having you again. Good luck with your translation. Britta got to 34%, then had to run to the store for hamburger for dinner or hamburger meat for dinner. Ooh, are you making hamburgers for dinner? And say goodnight to Britta. I think you should make a Halloween scarf. Oh, with like orange or something. Or purple. Because orange, I mean, I can wear orange. Huh. Okay. Okay. Read a Kristen Hannah years ago, but didn't enjoy it. There. Nancy's at 81% in Human X. Oh, very moving. I like moving books. Kristen done no reading, but did get a Bookstagram picture taken. There you go. That counts as something. A Night to Britta from Doug. Denise read 5%. It's at 80%. And on hold with Social Security. Oh my gosh. Good luck, Denise. Sophia made it to 70%, started saxophone practice. Nice. Lisa. Ooh, David Copperfield. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know. I feel like we never talk about Thomas Traddles, but yes, Thomas Traddles. And like, I mean, Oh, I feel like David Copperfield. I'm pausing the timer for a second. I feel like with David Copperfield, I think people mistakenly think that the reason everyone loves David Copperfield is David Copperfield himself. He can be frustrating. Let's just be honest. But like Thomas Traddles, Mr. Barkus, Mr. Dick, Aunt Betsy. I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, Mr. Barkus is willing. Okay, I'm gonna move on now because I'm literally tearing up. I can't help myself. I love that book. I love those characters. Oh, and the edition that has the kite on the cover. Okay, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. And Hugh Laurie, if you have not seen the one where Hugh Laurie is in it, perfection. Donkeys. Okay, Michelle, what are you saying? You finished the last story of Mina Lee. Yay! 4 stars. That's good. Finished work and now listening to The Beach Trap. Ooh, audiobooks are your jam these days. Well, you've had a lot going on, so I feel you there. Now, you think it's the longest you stuck with reading sprints? Your attention span usually gets pulled away by midday. Yay! Well, nice to have you here for so long. Now you need to get back to 11/22/63. Nice. I've read some books before, James, were by a smaller publisher. Yes, and I think that's partially why they might not all have audiobooks. Teresa decided to DNF your nonfiction. Okay, that sounds fair. It's a library book. If you want to go back later, you can check it out. Yeah, there you go. You started The Lake House. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. Ellie's taking a break from Dante. Finished Inferno. We'll be starting Purgatorio sometime. Not a bad read, but the perfect timing in a translation is something that you can't stop thinking about. Oh, sorry, perfect rhyming. Yeah, that's impressive. Which translation are you using, LA? You might finish Resurrection quicker than you think. The last chapter is just sermonizing. Kind of doesn't even fit with the rest of the story. It is Tolstoy, so I'm not surprised because that seems to be the direction it's going. You ugly cried it in Four Winds, Kristen. Yeah, like sobbing. It was horrible. Emily, last load of laundry is in the dryer. Ordered dinner. Nice. And it's the cover with the hand in the ship. Okay, I know which one you're talking about. Dina just finished Pincher Martin, 3.5 stars. Glad there were notes at the end to explain what you read. Oh no. Okay, well, that's good, I guess. And you've discovered that the majority of orthopedic doctors are men. Oh, harsh. Catabasis is described as Dante's Inferno meets Clark's Parnassi. Okay, when you get it and read it, let me know if it lives up to that hype, because that's some big hype. You don't think the cat likes the narrator? Oh, so it's like the voice, and the cat's like, make it stop. Cat paw. You never cried from a book, but there's a part of you that wants to experience it. Well, she's definitely trying to make you cry. So chances are pretty good. Start with the Four Winds. If you don't cry on that one, you're probably not going to cry at the other ones. Yes, good luck to Denise. Are they playing awful music? I know Mr. Marcus is willing. Oh my gosh. I think I should make a scarf and give it to one of our wonderful sprint friends in honor of giving to 4,000. Oh, that's a good idea. I could do that. Like a 4,000 subscriber, 4K subscriber giveaway. Here's a scarf. I made it myself. Crochet Mama, David Copperfield, best group of characters ever. Absolutely. And IG Dante meets Paradise, right, Doug? Don't you want to try that as well? And same, Dina, same. Like that's all somebody has to say, and literally, like my eyes get watery. LA, you want to try Catabasis, but you didn't enjoy Babel. I didn't either, and I also thought the Poppy Wars was okay. But I loved Paradise as well. So disruptive messages when you're trying to read. Boo. Try The Last Letter by Rebecca Yarros. You were sobbing by 25 pages in. Oh, well, there you go. Okay, if you want something shorter, because it's the end of the Four Winds that makes you cry. And make a matching scarf bookmark. I've never made a bookmark, but I'm sure I could. I'm liking this idea, Teresa. Except there might be somebody who's like, I don't want your scarf, Nicole. Teresa, you may be the only one who enters to win. But I like the idea. But then, like, I always like wonder, is it going to end up being given away to like some random person who subscribed just to get my scarf? But who's like entering just to get a scarf? Emily says that's a good idea. I do think that's a good idea. Maybe I do like first place is the scarf, second place is the bookmark, something like that. Anyway, okay, let's get back into our sprint. Kristen also loved Piranesi, didn't love Babel, and then you already pre-ordered Catabasis, and you're going to an author talk. Ooh, so this is still fun. Let's just be honest. You'll take it. The new African sounds intriguing. Nervous about it because Babel was the top of your most disappointing list last the year it came out. Oh gosh, yeah. I guess you're not pre-ordering it, Emily. All right. Anyway, okay. I'm going to sit here and think like thoughts about David Copperfield characters for a little bit, and read my book, and yeah, we'll go into our next script. Description has people in a chokehold. Yeah, I think it's good marketing. Like anybody, like it sounds like we're all super afraid that it's just amazing marketing and that we're all going to read the book and be like, meh. So we'll see how it goes. Let us know, G. All right, let's go into this next sprint, and I will see you guys in an hour and we'll chat some more. Hello and welcome back. How was that sprint for everyone? Mine was good. I am now on page 484 out of like 510 or something like that. So I am almost done, and there's endnotes after that as well. So I'm almost done with my book. I think I'll finish in the next sprint. I think we're having a late dinner tonight, so it kind of depends. But yeah, I think I'll finish in the next sprint because even if hubby comes home and starts cooking dinner now, it's not going to be ready for like an hour, and he's not coming home yet. So I don't think he's coming home for another half hour. So yeah, I think I'm going to be able to finish this in the next sprint. I'll probably listen to some audiobook for half of it and then finish up reading it, or maybe I'll do the other way around. I don't know. I need to walk around and stretch my foot. So I might listen to the next chapter on audiobook. But I looked at the last two chapters real quickly, and I see what you mean, Doug, about it basically just being scripture, um, like passages from the Bible. So I don't know. Maybe I'll read those because I know which ones they are. So that might make it faster because I just need to read the beginning to know what they say. Anyway, how did everybody else's sprint go? Mine went well. I was super distracted at the beginning of that sprint because I was still thinking about David Copperfield. Not gonna lie, but I let it go eventually. And you gotta check out Catabasis. Yeah, I think the marketing man, whoever came up with that combination idea, genius. And like, I almost feel bad for RF Kwong because I'm like, now you have to live up to that. And like, is that even possible? Kristen was saying to Emily, your Bookstagram post talking about your thoughts on Babel was not popular. Oh my gosh, true. I didn't even think about that, Kristen. Like, good on you for being willing to put a popular or an unpopular opinion on Instagram. I have some unpopular opinions on YouTube, and people get nasty too. Like, they can't like take it that you don't like their favorite love. I mean, I get it. Like, I'm still not ready to read 1-star reviews of David Copperfield. I could take like a 3-star. I could take a 3-star. I could handle like somebody's 3-star review of David Copperfield. I can even handle somebody DNFing it. 1 star? Oh, like, did you read it? You probably did. You probably thought it was boring. Not you, Kristen, but whoever gave it a 1 star. And Catabasis is to be released on August 26th. Yeah, get ready. End of August. Like, that's all you're gonna hear about. Like, not for me, because I have no intentions of reading it. I just have not, like, her books just haven't done it for me, and I'm not spending money on not one more. And, from the library, it's going to be like, I can check it out in like 2027. So, uh, add it to your planner. You might want to pre order it. Let's just be honest. You bet it's the only Kwong you've read. Okay. Sophia finished up practice, made the strawberry shake. Yum. I hope it was good. Natalie's going to make dinner. Okay. Have a great rest of your week, Natalie. Thanks for stopping by for so long. Denise read 8% at 88%. Still on hold. Oh my gosh, Denise. Like, it's some sort of new form of torture. Sue finished James. Yay. And you moved on to Christmas in July rom-com jingled. Cute. And really, sorry, I was thinking other thoughts as I was attempting to read, and nothing happened. You're up to page 230, not as much as you had hoped. That's okay. Well, you're doing well. Doug found the last chapter of Resurrection a little odd, just from skimming it. I think it's going to be odd, being as he didn't have very flattering things to say about the church for the previous 500 pages. I I have been wondering what he's trying to say about the church. So I hear you on that, Doug, because there's some times where I'm like, oh, so you're not feeling, oh wait, no, you are. Or I think his disconnect is the church versus like the true faith and true belief. Like, I think he feels like the church isn't practicing what they're preaching. But we'll see what I think after that last chapter. But I get it. Like, I have had those moments too where I'm like, you're not you for again. And every now and then I get clarity, and then he says something I'm confused in. Agatha has finished 81 out of 117 chapters now in the Count of Monte Cristo. That's a very impressive. Good job. How are you liking it? Where is he at? I mean, I'd take a spoiler, but I don't want to spoil it for other people. But, if you can give me some clue what part you're at, I'd be interested to know. I hope you're enjoying it. Teresa, you're super tired. Oh no, checked your blood sugar because that might have been what it was, but it was fine. It could be the weather. I know sometimes like overcast weather will make me feel weird, either just because it's not super sunny or the, the barometric pressure like will mess with my sinuses. You got the Count of Monte Cristo for your birthday? Oh, you're gonna love it, Sophia. I didn't realize you haven't read it, Sophia. Oh my gosh, you're gonna love it, Sophia. The Count is like once you like get past a certain point and you realize like how things are gonna go down, and the abridged versions take out like all his scheming nonsense and just like stick to the like and then this happened magically. No, I'm here for all the scheming. Teresa went to the library sale Saturday and got some good books. Nice. That's always fun and dangerous, potentially. Dina's done with dinner and about to begin The Crossing. Ooh, Cormac McCarthy. You want to reread The Count in the Fall? Ooh, that could be fun. I could see that being a good time. I really want to reread David Copperfield next year. Like, because like a lot of people have read him this year and then they just keep mentioning it. And I'm like, what am I waiting for? Like, as time's going by, I'm like, I want to read David Copperfield next week, today. Teresa, you're making sheet pan shrimp boil. Ooh, fun. Did I ever try the recipes? No, but I saw them. But I'd have to do something else other than shrimp and shellfish. Like, I'm allergic, and chicken just sounds so boring. But, like, I could do, like, a sheet pan with, like, sausage. I might have to try that. Do you think you've not felt well for about a month? You're blaming it on the heat. Yeah, like because it came fast and furious. So I get that, Anne. Your favorite Tolstoy is Death of Ivan Ilyich. Yeah, I know. He's great in small doses for you. I love that man can talk. He does. Like I had a moment in the middle of this book that I was like, does this book actually need to be this long? I feel like a lot of people could have done this with about like 50 to 100 pages less. Like a 400-page book, 3 to 400 pages. I'm buying it. There was a good at least 50 pages in there that I was like, I'm questioning. I'm questioning. And I was about to question further, but then he made a couple of statements and I was like, okay. Because sometimes, like, I just need to know why an author is doing something. So, like, I need them to justify their lengthiness or like the experience. And it's not that it's ever bad. It's just sometimes like, okay, that was a scene, like 100 pages worth of a scene, and I'm not sure. But if you can be like, this is what I'm doing with that 100 pages, then I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. But I get you. I feel you. I know. Yeah. Brennan, you didn't read anything. That's okay. I hope you got stuff done or enjoyed what you were doing. Mickey, you haven't made much progress, but may switch to your nonfiction read, A Sting in the Tail. Ooh, your chapters, 5 chapters from finishing. Ooh, that sounds rewarding. And Mima, you're so jealous. You wish you could read Count of Monte Cristo for the first time. You've read it 3 times. I know. There's not going to be anything like that first time. Because man, the ends of some of those chapters, you're like, what? What? Turn the page and keep going. Agatha, you're really liking Nordier, and happy that Valentine will not have to wed the unloved. Just had a little poison in the lemonade. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. I know. I know. And Teresa might be the heat. Yeah. Tolstoy talk too much? Needed on a mug. That would be the best. Like, here's some merch. Tolstoy, you talk too much. Oh my gosh. I want a mug that says Mr. Barkus is willing. And maybe some kites on it. Sophia, you know nothing about David Copperfield, but you will read any faves from you because this channel has shown me so many books you love. Aww. Well, trust me, when I go to reread David Copperfield, there will be a read along because I need as many people as humanly possible to read it at the same time as me. So we can just have like, it's not even going to be a read along. It's going to be like, there's going to be certain points during the month of reading the book where we're just going to have to get on streams and just like have gush fest. That's all it's going to be. Like, let's just all sit here and just like recount moments, watch the movie together, and recount some more moments. Yeah. Just to do different types of sausage if you don't want chicken. That's a good idea. Or I could even do chicken with sausage. Because, like, I just need something to spice the chicken up. You know what I'm saying? Because chicken on its own is like, every told story can be told in half the pages. Yeah, probably. Probably. Like, there's definitely times where I feel like, do you trust me as a reader? Because I think I got your point. Like, about 100 pages ago. It was a good point. It was a well-written point, but I got the point. And I feel that more so in this book than in any other of his. Well, maybe towards the end of War and Peace, I was also like, I get it, I get it, I get it. Laundry's done. Nice job, Emily. Dinner consumed. Pizza, yum. And it did not have a lot of spring weather. Yeah, it was like cold, 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 hot. With tiny splashes of spring. And Nancy, Next 5 stars. Ooh, nice. You needed to switch to a romance, emotional overload. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, something light, fluffy, easy, like get into it. Gonna update your reading spreadsheet to take account for books you've hauled, and we'll be unveiling and posting, unhauling and posting on Pingo. I really need to try Pingo. I've got like a large bag of books next to me. Yes, justify the length. You'd add justify the complexity with James Joyce for sure. Yeah, I feel like I could justify the length at certain points. Like I'll talk about that for sure if you remind me when we do book club. Because like there's certain parts where I'm like, okay, okay, you're justifying it to me. Okay, okay, okay. You're stretching it. You'll take the Barkus mugger shirt. Yes, so true. Or like Barkus on the front, and like who would you put on the back? Mr. Peggotty, Betsy Trotwood, a donkey. Anybody else secretly wanted like those penguin cloth bombs? Like I'm glad they did the kite on David Copperfield. I partially wanted it to be donkeys. Just gonna throw that out there. I feel like the donkeys would have been better. Hey Dee Dee, how's it going? I hope you had a good rest of your sprints. David Copperfield read along during the holidays. I thought about that. I thought about that. I mean, it would be warm and cozy. But then I feel like people's holidays get overcommitted, and A Christmas Carol is like, you know, a thing. But I don't know. I don't know, G, because I feel like I have to have plenty of opportunities for like David Copperfield gush alongs. That's probably what I'm going to call it. And I feel like the holiday's not going to provide me with enough opportunities. Doug, let us know when you're ready for David Copperfield. Oh, it will be 6 months in advance. Like it's happening next year. Like here's your notice right now. I'm rereading David Copperfield next year, and probably in the first part of the year because I'm not going to make it towards the second half of the year. I'm not going to last that long. But yeah, it will be happening. Yeah, Tolstoy on prison systems. Yep, and sad but true. Not much has changed. You could write this book today. And you just called to get pizza and breadsticks. Oh, pizza sounds so good. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Pingo is easy to do. Maybe I'm gonna try it tonight while I sit on the couch. Like, I started a Pingo store. Emily told me to. You two have David Copperfield TBR. Yes. And hello to Chris. Right? It should have been. I questioned whether the person, I mean, clearly the person who read the book, I'm pausing the timer again, clearly the person who like designed the cover read the book, right? Because like I feel like the kites is a much more subtle. Donkeys would have just been hilarious, but I don't know if people felt like that would have been too like Don Quixote or something. Not that there's, I don't know. I don't know. It should have been donkeys. That's all I know. And Chris says, "Hello, Doug. Do a video about books and ask the question: Was the length really necessary?" Ooh, yeah, I could do a video on that, Anne. I could. That's a good video idea. Let me write it down with my other video ideas. Mm, it was long. That would be a fun tag video, is what that would be. And Agatha says, "You've not read David Copperfield or Demon Copperhead. Would join on either or both." I mean, I have both. I also haven't read Demon Copperhead. And like, I've tried to, and I'm still going to try to, but it kind of annoys me because then I just really want it to be David Copperfield and it's not. Chris, you need to write your review for The Girls Who Grew Big. Nice. We'll go back into sprints in a moment so you can get on that. Tolstoy wrote Resurrection today. It would be The Dream Hotel. I've wondered that, Doug. I've wondered that. It's making me want to read that even more now. You would say yes to David Copperfield, but you never finished Nicholas Nickleby. That's understandable because Nicholas Nickleby makes you want to reread David Copperfield because even as you read it, you're like, oh, David Copperfield's better. I know, even if you're enjoying it. Sophia, excited, also a little nervous for Charles Dickens because you read one page of A Tale of Two Cities. I was like, yeah, that makes sense, sure. You know, I personally don't think he's very good at openings as much as I like his books. I think to start his books, it helps to listen on audiobook, but I don't actually think he's good at openings. You love David Copperfield so much. Right. This is my struggle too, Dina. I'm just like, just stop and just go back and read David Copperfield. Diana, it's not like anything like David Copperfield. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It has the same name, and I want it to be David Copperfield, and it just keeps not being it. All right, I'm going to try and finish my book during this sprint. I'm going to start with the audiobook. I'm going to read. I might finish with audiobook. Who knows? Probably not going to finish with audiobook. I don't usually like doing that. Chris, you have to be in a certain mood to read Dickens. Yes, it took you 6 times to read Great Expectations and you ended up loving it. Yeah, I don't know what it is about him. I don't know if it's the writing style. It probably is the writing style because I feel like he rewires my brain as I read him. And then at some point it clicks and I go, oh, and then it's fine. And then I struggle bus to read something else after Charles Dickens. So that's part of it too. But audiobook helps. But anyway, let me restart the timer. We'll go back into our next sprint. I was going to say our last sprint. It's not our last sprint, our next sprint. There we go. Started the timer. I will see you guys in an hour, hopefully with a finished book. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint that go round? Mine was great. I finished my book and man, yeah, so many thoughts going through my head. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about how it ended. Um, because, like I said, I had kind of like peeked ahead and I saw that there was suddenly going to be like a lot of like passages from the Bible at the end. And I was like, oh, what's about to happen here? And I feel like he worked it out. Like it made sense for Tolstoy. And can I see why this book isn't as popular? Yes and no. I think it feels very different in some ways from Anna Karenina and War and Peace. And I think it more explicitly does what he does in both of those works, and in a way that I think is only going to appeal to some people. Um, like I would say, like he's a bit more heavy-handed with his message, and it may be like a message that if people focus too much on the religious aspect of it, might not enjoy it. But I think there is like a message and a way to read this book, whether you are religious or not, or hold the same Christian beliefs as Tolstoy does or not. You could still really enjoy this book and what he is doing and the telling of this story. And I think that is really done. Really well done. So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I don't know what I'm gonna rate it. I'm gonna have to like think about that as I do my like write up. And I realize that unlike Moby Dick, which I have already reviewed, I'm gonna need to do a review for this. But my review on this isn't gonna come out until after our book club has met. So I think I'm gonna like have to record the review like tomorrow and then hold on to it for a while. So, which is fine. But yeah, wow. So interesting. So different than what I was expecting. Like I said, I thought this was going to be much more like domestic life focused. Not at all. Like if that's what you're thinking and you haven't read this yet, clear that from your mind. Think criminal justice system and right and wrong, morality. Those are those are our themes in some ways. Anne was asking Chris if you enjoyed The Girls Who Grew Big. You saw the other interviewed on Politics and Prose YouTube channel. I didn't even know that they had a. Wait, no, maybe I did. Maybe I'm getting myself confused, even as I'm saying that. Doug was saying, ironic that Dickens has weak starts to your books, but the best first line of all time. It was the best of time. It was worth it. He has good first lines. I will say that. And I don't think his openings are bad. I just personally don't think like they're his strong suits. And I don't mean like just the first page. I just mean like his expositions of books. I feel like compared to the rest of the books in and of themselves, like there's no book of his where I would say like you had me like at hello. That opening gripped me from like, yeah, the first sentences can be good, but like page 1, 2, 3, and like it just made me want to like eat it up. I don't typically feel that way about his novels, but that's just me. Other people might. You kept trying 3 strikes and you're out, Doug. Hey, JB, you made it home from work. Oh, very nice. Time to do some reading. What are you going to be working on this evening? Sue, you think you're going to call it a day. Good night, Sue. You're very welcome. I'll see you next week. I hope you have a great week. Chris did enjoy the girls who grew big. You thought she took a political issue and took great care with the characters. Ooh, nice. And talking about political issues. Tolstoy was talking about political issues of his time, but I think a lot of what he said would like is would be so valuable today. Like I feel like people should be rereading this book. When you reread David Copperfield, you're in. Yeah. Oh, you think David Copperfield and Dombey and Son have some of the strongest starts of the Dickens you've read? I could see that. Like, I could definitely stack them up amongst each other. And David Copperfield is like, especially that opening line. Like, I love the opening line of that book. Um, and You think Layla Motley has a great career in front of her. Her first book was on the Booker Prize list, and you can see this one doing the same. Nice. Yeah, I mean, she really took off like right from the start, and she's so young as an author too. Um, hey, Em, you've been lurking. Well, hello, hello. You've landed on starting The Lost City of Z. Ooh, I own that. Let me know how you end up liking it. Denise finished your call with Social Security. Yay! That took forever, but I'm glad you got through it. Ate dinner, read 2%, now at 90%. Hey, you're making progress. And Sophia had dinner. Ooh, Peruvian chicken. Yum. I smell my dinner being cooked and made. Jamie made it to page 119 in Seven Stones to Stand or Fall. Nice. You loved Resurrection, but heavy handed is a good way to put it. More telling than showing. Criminal justice just happens to be your jam. Yeah. And I don't think, like, I don't, Tolstoy in general will have moments where he will tell instead of show. So I know what you mean because I definitely had like a moment where I'm like, yeah, you're just telling us about that. But I feel like that's very much in his style. So if you want somebody to just 100% show you stuff, like don't read Tolstoy. He's not that guy. But I don't mind the way he tells us either. Like that's what makes him wordy. Like back to the Tolstoy, stop talking. But I just thought like his messaging at the end, but I also kind of like appreciate that. Like you're not trying to hide what the point of the story is. Like he drags it out, he makes you think about the question, which I love, and pondering and how do you fix this and what is the answer and what's the solution, and then he tells you. And some people will hate that. Some people are like, no, I don't want you to tell me what the answer is. I want you to make me think it out. Jamie went grocery shopping, had dinner in that sprint. Nice. Good feedback about Resurrection. You felt so about War and Peace and Anna Karenina, so maybe you'll like this one better. Yeah, I think it really just depends. Like, what didn't you like about War and Peace, and what didn't you like about Anna Karenina? Um, like this one does feel like a story, but he does still have like sort of moments where he's talking about his philosophy, but I feel like, unlike in War and Peace, it meshes together much better. Because I know some people feel like I'm reading War and Peace and reading this novel, and then all of a sudden I'm reading an essay. I don't feel like that happens in here, but he does have moments where it's like I'm philosophizing and like the narrator, but it feels like the narrator, not like Tolstoy. In War and Peace, it feels like Tolstoy, if that makes sense. Jamie, dinner was chocolate milk, yum. Olives, I don't know how you had those two things together, but okay. Sausage and gravy pot pie, yum. Amber Lee, shipping destiny is stressing you out? Oh no. So you started spinning during that sprint. Oh, got some bobbins emptied so you can start a new spin. Yay. Okay, so I decided I'm going with Teresa's idea. There's gonna be like a little giveaway. I'll have to make a video for that at some point, but it's not gonna be anytime soon. I'm not that close to 4,000. I've got a couple hundred people to go. So, but I picked out the pattern, which I'm not gonna show, but I have picked out the yarn. Do you guys want to see that? Like a little down low, you're on the sprint, you get to see it early kind of deal. Because I don't know that I'm gonna show it to all the rest of the people. Jane, you also got your first pair of reading glasses from Dollar Tree. Nice. Figured getting cheap ones would be smart to, if you'll actually use them. That's what I did as well. And that worked for a really long time for me. And then I finally got prescription ones because, like, I have a very weak prescription. Um, but it got to the point where I was like, this is just slightly fuzzy. And she was like, if I give you a prescription instead of reading glasses, like it'll actually focus it a little bit better. And it does. But I still have used my like Dollar Tree dollar reading glasses as my backup. Cause you can buy like multiples of them for like $1.25, $2, and it's less stressful to lose them. That's what I'm getting at. Agatha, dinner and some Emma, nice. Doug, welcome to middle age. You'll use the readers plenty. So true. You'll finish welcome to Hayunam Dong Bookshop next sprint. Oh my gosh, I stumble over that one every single time. You're in your 40s and have been in denial for a while. Oh, Your reading gets so much better. Okay, let me pause. I'm going to be having dinner in this next sprint for a second. Are your reading glasses are, yeah, exactly. If you sit on them, if you lose them, if you step on them. If you happen to be a contact lens wearer, try monovision. Oh, it really works. Interesting. Ship of Destiny took you forever because you found it stressful too. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's interesting. With War and Peace, it was endless battle details. Oh, then maybe you won't like Stalingrad. Because that, I mean, if you thought they were endless in War and Peace, Stalingrad's like the full on battle, like play by play for a couple hundred pages. With Anna Karenina, you didn't care for any of the characters. I feel you there. Though you didn't like Kitty and Levin. I loved Levin in like the worst way possible. Oh, but I could see how you could not. It just felt like a downer. It was a downer. You might prefer Resurrection. It's got a different feel. I think it's worth trying. It's very different. I'd say like much more philosophical, whereas I felt like War and Peace was much more like argumentative. Like here's my arguments. So, are you signing up to judge the finals for the YouTube prize? I'm not. I too much want to just read whatever the heck I randomly pick to do that. Though I think it would be fun. And I love that other people do. You're curious about it, yeah. Good to know about Scotland. You didn't like Kitty and Levin? There, you said it. I don't know that I like Kitty and Levin. I loved what Tolstoy wrote about how they felt about each other. I don't know that I liked them as a couple, and I loved Levin in that like you're kind of an annoying guy, but I kind of like you kind of way. This is why I kind of liked him though, because he was exhausting. Oh, you have a cat you caught dragging reading classes across the floor. Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, he is exhausting. But for some reason that just like worked for me. But like if somebody's like I don't like lemon, I get it. I get it. All right. I'm gonna go and see what's going on with dinner, and we'll go back to sprints, and I'll press the thing. And when I come back, I'm gonna show you the yarn that I'm gonna make into something for somebody. All right, happy sprinting. I will see you guys in an hour. Oh, and it'll be our last sprint because it's already 8 o'clock. Where'd the time go? Okay, let me stop talking away your sprint. I'll see you guys in an hour and we'll chat one last time and I'll show you yarn and all the stuff. Hello and welcome back from our final sprint. Let me fix my chair setup.